All right, everybody welcome. I call this meeting of the June 11th, 2024 Pulaski County Special School District School Board to order. Ms. Smith, would you please call the roll?
Ward.
Present.
Thomas. Tate.
Present.
Smith. Potter.
Here.
Keller.
Present.
Delaney.
Present. Okay, would you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we have no public comments tonight, so that will bring us into our first item, which is approval of the last meeting's minutes, May 14th. Do I have a motion on the minutes?
Motion.
Ms. Potter has moved approval of the last meeting's minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Tate has seconded. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll put it to a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Next brings us to certified PPC presentation. Was that a yes? There's some? No? No? Okay. All right. Ms. Robinson, I don't see her. Classified PPC presentation. I know what Mr. Chesterfield looks like. I don't see him. So let's move on to reports, Dyslexia Support Services with Dr. Whitfield and Pam Keith.
Good afternoon, everyone. So this is Pamela Keith. She's our lead dyslexia teacher for the district. She has an incredible job. So she is finishing her first year, and she's done an amazing job. So Dyslexia Services is one of those unfunded mandates. So we wanted to give you a little information about Dyslexia Services, the law, how we meet the letter of the law, and with it being unfunded, how much meeting the law costs us. But it's doing the right thing, so we're good with that. Hold on, we'll get it right here. So first we're going to just talk a little bit about, this is a definition of dyslexia, but we're going to dispel a few myths because in my experience dealing with elementary education and talking with parents and teachers before we start really meeting the needs of students with characteristics of dyslexia or who have a diagnosis of dyslexia, there are many myths. And some of you, as I read through these, will probably say, yeah, that sounds familiar. I've heard that myth. That people with dyslexia see things backwards. A myth. Dyslexia is not a problem with your eyes, so that's not necessarily true. Children with dyslexia write backwards or read words backwards. Well, children with dyslexia or adults have trouble attaching the appropriate labels or names to letters or to words, but they don't necessarily see things backwards. Teachers can't make accommodations for students with dyslexia because they can't change the curriculum. Well, that's a myth because accommodating isn't changing the curriculum. It's just making a few little changes so that our students can access the curriculum. Dyslexia is very uncommon. Well, really 15% of the population has dyslexia, and many don't even know why they struggle with reading. Dyslexia can't be diagnosed till around 3rd grade. Well, another myth. If you are trained and can identify some of those traits, it could be identified as early as 4 or 5 years old. So that's another myth. Dyslexia is caused by a lack of phonics instruction. A myth. Once students have a grasp on phonemic awareness, then they're successful in phonics. And the last one, children who have dyslexia will never read well. You can be fantastic readers if you get the interventions early, so it doesn't have to be something that cripples you the rest of your life. So we're charged with making sure that we are dispelling myths, but also providing the services that our students need. So almost 10 years ago, this state defined dyslexia for our purposes in education. But really before that, in the district, we were addressing it, but not like the law says, because this was kind of pre-law. So it's neurological in origin, which means the way your brain is kind of wired for your aptitude for accessing language and reading. Characterized by difficulties with accurate and fluent word recognition, poor spelling and decoding. Decoding is moving the printed words to speech. So that's dyslexia really defined. To result from the just phonological component of language. So that's just making those sounds in speech. I'll always mess up this clicker. So around 2015, 2016, we received requirements that we had to meet. We had to choose a dyslexia program to use. We had options, but the program had to be systematic, sequential, and cumulative, multisensory, research-based, offered in small group settings, and delivered with fidelity. And that's probably the most important part of that. Research-based and delivered with fidelity. So we also had to train dyslexia interventionists. And the options were dyslexia therapist, dyslexia specialist, interventionist, certified teacher, tutor or paraprofessional working under the supervision of a teacher. So we have interventionists who are our classified staff and certified teachers who basically work with secondary, and they have to be certified because that's a reading credit that those students receive. So looking at personnel costs for this school year, certified employees, I think we have, was it eight, Ms. Keith? 8 certified employees, so they work in secondary schools. So that's their salaries, benefits, and total. And the classified employees, we have 35, so salaries, benefits, and the 1.7 million total. So that's personnel cost associated with providing students with the services that they need.
So as Dr. Whitfield was saying, we have certified dyslexia interventionists. We had 8 of those for this past school year. Those interventionists work in grades 9 through 12 because those students receive a credit. And the class is known as academic reading, and so that's why the teacher has to be certified. And then classified interventionists work in K through 8th grade, and we had 35 of those employees for the last school year. Next slide, please. So this is a breakdown of the number of students that we serve by campus. So you see elementary versus secondary. And our total number of students that we served this school year was 906 students. So, as Dr. Whitfield stated, the interventionists do have to be trained in that particular program. The program that we currently use is the Sunday system. The Sunday system has 3 parts: Let's Play, Learn. It's really geared towards kindergarten and first grade. Then you have Sunday System 1, Sunday System 2, and then there's also a science of reading component that the interventionists must have each year as well. So we have to have someone from Sunday come and do that in-person training, and you can see that that cost us $28,000 this last school year. And then the materials that go along with that was $108,595. So you see the total there. And like Dr. Whitfield said, this is unfunded, but we do have to fund. And then we have 3 interventionists that are piloting a program through the state, which is called Take Flight as well. So this you have next is the dyslexia process. So all of the students currently, they receive level 1 screeners. Based off of the results of those screeners, the students would receive targeted intervention through the RTI process. If there's no progress being made, then the students may be referred for a level 2 assessment. So that's another person that is funded. There's one person, her name is Deborah Dixon, and she does our level 2 assessments for the district. And then based off of the RTI, the school would then ask for me to come and review that file. Once we review the file and the student goes through the level 2 assessment, if the student qualifies, then they would be placed for interventions. And if they're a student with SPED, they would have an IEP. If they don't have an IEP, then they would have what we call a 504 plan. So this is the process for going through. Like I said, we use the Sunday. So you see the program is structured, systematic, it's multisensory. The requirement by law is that we have to see students 3 times per week for 35 minutes. So in elementary, it's a pull-out program, so it's easier done. Well, I shouldn't say it's easier because scheduling can be a nightmare trying to schedule around all the different things that the students have. But in secondary, it's an actual class period, and within that class period, you can only have 2 levels in that class period. So again, it kind of makes the parameters, it kind of ties your hands a little bit. So it might add in another interventionist just depending on numbers. And so then you see just the lesson structure. There's 6 parts. They start with read sounds, spell sounds, read words, spell words. They teach the new material, and then they do the read aloud at the end. And so we have seen lots of growth. We hope to continue to see lots of growth. The amount of interventionists that we have depends on students. It also will depend on the law. They are actually, with the LEARNS Act, they're working on things currently, so it could change. So thank you for listening. Appreciate you.
Any questions?
Oh, yes, any questions?
My daughter has dyslexia, which I never got it diagnosed when in first grade. She would do the math, and she'd have the number correct, and the number was backward, and her teacher would mark it wrong. And by Christmas, the teacher and I were about to just go round and round. I'm like, look, it's not a 9, it's a 7, that's the correct one. She's only in first grade, and kindergarten kind of been not a good year. Teachers kept leaving, which again, we move on. So then, my client, who was a dyslexic, who knew of a tutor, so I paid independently for tutoring for 5.5 years. So, right. So we did the Barton method. She's the first one to complete the Barton method, which,
Starting with that.
if you know Mary Steenburgen, the actress, her sister Nancy was a teacher, retired at North Little Rock, and that's what she did in retirement, was taught that. So I had no information. Our school did not even start doing dyslexia until maybe 2 years into it. But by then, I'm like, I've already got it worked out, the plan.
Right.
Summers, everything's done after school. So my question is, why don't we incorporate that as the learning programming to begin with, so then it covers everyone from the beginning?
Well,
Is that kind of the,
It is through the science of reading.
okay.
So that's part of the foundation.
Mm-hmm.
So that's incorporated. Really, we started with pre-K in our district now.
Okay.
Hadn't always been the case. So we start with
We didn't have-
pre-K, and I think this is the first year, second year that this is started with pre-K. And early intervention really is the key.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
I mean,
So
she
we-
would write her name mirror image backward. You can put it in the mirror and it was perfectly her name. So, I mean, but again, she couldn't remember a word from one page to the next. We'd memorize it, turn the page, what? I don't know what that word is. Again, everybody has different ways of their dyslexia affecting them, correct? So, in my mind, I've always wondered, why don't we just teach like we're teaching a dyslexic and everybody will grow the same-ish, but ahead of the game. But, okay, so that's kind of, I've never heard of this program, but again, there's a lot of programs I don't know about. So.
Yes.
We started out with Barton in the district and then went to Sunday. One thing I forgot to mention, Ms. Keith mentioned that we have 906 students that are served. So this year, her first year, she did an audit. So she physically touched each file, went through the file to make sure students had the appropriate everything. So it's just a good feeling to know that if something was missing or
Yes.
anything was wrong or whatever, that it's corrected now. And we have all those students on the right path. And that's quite an undertaking, your regular duties, plus auditing every single file. So we feel real good about where we are and the services that we're providing in that area. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Next item on our agenda is financial updates with Ms. Rowlett.
Good evening, Board. As usual, this is our legal fund balance for period 11, May, fiscal year 24. Legal funds being funds 1, 2, and 4. As you can see, we have a nice current legal fund balance, net legal fund balance ending this year because we got our big tax check. It was, as you can see, $42 million. Let me go back up to the expenditures. We have expended 88% of our budget. We still have one more month to go as it relates to expenditures. You will notice a big increase in the expenditures. They're up about almost $6 million. That's because we had 3 payrolls in the month of May. So if you've been noticing, we normally have about $11 million in expenditures, but this month it was 17, and part of that is because of the 3 payrolls. Overall, year-to-date over last year, our expenditures are up 12%. As I stated, our tax revenue, we're still doing good in our tax collections. We're up over 10% from last year. So now you'll see that our remaining budget balance is a little low, but that's just because the system nets out if you over-collect on one, and it's showing an over-collection on local revenues because of insurance checks that we've received. So, we've received 98% of our revenue. We still have about $4 million left in state other revenue to get. So we're looking pretty good right now as it relates to projected ending balance in the legal funds. And those are the only things I wanted to highlight. Do you have any questions?
Questions from the board?
Okay.
Last chance?
Okay.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Ms. Rowlett. Construction updates with Mr. Johnson.
Board, good evening.
Evening.
Good to see y'all. At least I wasn't here at 2 a.m. in the morning. Hanging out with y'all, so I apologize for my absence.
We needed you to catch those people doing donuts out there.
Yeah, yes, sir. Not a problem. We'll start off with the updates as follows. Mills High School is moving along as appropriately as it should be. All the underground foundational work is being completed. It is their intent to start pouring concrete next week for the overall foundational slab for the building. In a couple of months, we'll start, once we receive the steel, you'll start to see a structure go up, which would be great to see as their prep work continues. The arena portion, they're still finishing up the pier work and also getting the footing set and pouring concrete to take care of the footing so that they can actually get ready to get the foundational pad poured as well. Hopefully, we start pouring concrete next week and don't stop that process so that we can get all of it done at the same time. Baseball field infrastructure in the concession stand area, infrastructure pieces are being put in and groundwork is being completed, and it's being set up for foundational healthiness as well, getting it prepared for concrete poured and that kind of thing. Sylvan Hills, we'll switch to Sylvan Hills High School band room expansion. I was in that building prior to my departure last week. The interior walls have been sealed up and painting has started. They're very close to basically getting that building finished. I think this week they were doing the epoxy flooring in the bathrooms and trying to get us to a point to get ahead of the game. If we're blessed and lucky and God is willing, we'll get that building taken care of about the middle of next month, which would be July, in ample time frame to get us prepared for back to school. I know our kids will be trying to get prepared for band practice and those type of activities, and hopefully we'll have a building close to ready for them to basically take possession of that building. So those are the major updates as it pertains to the two primary projects. We have a host of cleanup items that are going on throughout the district as far as just getting ready for back to school for the fall. Are there any questions that I can answer as it pertains to the construction?
Board.
Is everything completed at Maumelle?
I think we had the last furniture pieces for the coach's office, and that would complete Maumelle High School.
Okay. It looked like they were, I don't know, laying sod or something behind the bleachers of the track.
That's correct.
Is that what that was?
I was not happy.
So, well, I wondered what exactly, I thought it looked fine, and then I dropped my son off at football practice, and it didn't look fine anymore.
There was a level, and Kinko is a new vendor for us. We've primarily dealt with Baldwin and Shell, and there's an expectation that when we finish a process, that we've got grading, at least 3 to 6 inches of topsoil and sod where needed. And when we got off of this site, it didn't meet the expectation, so we had to go back and address that.
What about the parking lot down, like from the first entrance, if you're coming from like Tractor Supply? There's big potholes, like where the asphalt has caved. And I'm assuming that that's probably just from all the heavy equipment bringing in supplies and stuff. And I think their trailer, the construction trailer, was set up down there. Are they gonna fix that? It just doesn't look very good.
So it's a different item in that small parking lot. The roofing company actually did that.
Okay.
And so when we were out inspecting the site after Kinko had pulled out, the roofing company that's doing the roof on the high school had a tractor that was actually lifting a load that was too heavy for that foundational piece, and it caused the rivets inside of the parking lot. So when they get done completely with the roof at Maumelle High School, they're gonna go back and address that issue. But for right now, it didn't make sense.
Yeah.
They were steadily grabbing their products to get to the roof.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Tate.
Yes, ma'am.
So, can you explain the next few steps that we're gonna do, hopefully by the next board meeting, to itemize what can be done with Robinson and the needs of the other 3 schools?
I can't do that completely tonight. Dr. McNulty and I had a brief meeting this afternoon to discuss possible next steps. And we're putting together some things for you guys as far as the meeting goes. So you have something visual and tangible that you can have in your hand. The numbers for College Station, Harris Elementary, Baker Elementary did not change. The numbers for Robinson High School did not change. I think the biggest piece for Robinson High School, we did get a piece down to $35 million to meet that initial thing that we talked about, but that would cause us basically to lose the auditorium. And so that was not an option based on some of the things that the community asked for and talked about. I think the real number for Robinson will end up being about 44 million to give the auditorium and give a complete layout for their campus and the growth of that campus. But we'll bring that to the board and talk about that.
Is that, are we hoping that'll be by the next board meeting?
I will have a presentation for you for the next board meeting. I gave a synopsis last month to Dr. McNulty, and he said there's some things that we need to work on.
Thank
Yes,
you.
you're welcome.
So, Dr. McNulty and I had talked about this in just rough sketches. I felt like that we should return to a work session to have these type of discussions about the next steps on the projects, with the 4 projects, to understand what the board's options are for each one of those, and also get some kind of feedback from the communities or whatever about just in general about the Building for the Future project and as it is, because we're at a place where we have these 4 projects and there's not enough money in Fund 3 right now to fully fund all 4 projects as they currently are. So getting back together as a board and discussing where we go with what's in Fund 3, plus what might be possible in respect to getting additional money into Fund 3 to support those projects, that type of discussion, my first reaction is to do it as a work session like we did last May, where we talked about the projects at that time. This was before we approved mills. So my thinking is not to do it as part of a regular board meeting, but have it as a standalone where we focus on Building for the Future project and next steps on all of that, which to me, if we did it that way, would be, say, like a Tuesday board meeting sometime in between a regular board meeting, just call it a work session and show up and hear from the administration, operations specifically, about what are our options for each one of those schools. Because if we don't have enough money to complete all the 4 schools in the way that they were shown to the voters, we need to come to some kind of plan at some point about how we're going to move forward in a piecemeal fashion and to get there and what the priorities are. And so that, I felt like the forum for that should be a work session. But, putting it into a regular meeting just seems, it just seemed out of place. Essentially, like a decision on what to do could come at a regular meeting, but the fact-finding and the discussion and getting all the information, I felt like should come at a work session. I know I was looking at you, but.
Oh, you're looking at me for it?
I was looking at you, but I was talking to the board.
Well, yeah, because I kind of was conflicted just for a second. Because I feel like the direction that needs to be taken is a directive that comes from you guys to tell me exactly what it is you prefer that I do. I have no problem with a work session and putting the details together for you guys to have that information. Like I said, I started that process last month with Dr. McNulty, and I'm well prepared to go ahead and get that done. I think it's more prudent, if you will, to understand that when we get done with mills, there's in the bucket is only 22 million roughly that'll be left. So the question becomes, you have approximately $30 million worth of projects, excluding Robinson, that needs to be completed. How do we get there?
Yeah.
So that's a bigger question for me, is where do we raise funds? But you guys need a baseline as far as what needs to be raised. And once we get that baseline, as far as funding, because construction costs are pretty stable right now. You can at $375, $400 a square foot to build. That's kind of where we are.
It seems to me like, a confluence of discussions have to come together, because
Yes,
just like siloing a discussion about we have 22 versus $75 million, 22 million in resources versus $75 million in obligations, that's an appropriate conversation to have, but it also needs to come with a understanding, and, we're going to get into the budgeting season and all of that and start forecasting our revenues out for next year. So I was thinking as part of a work session, you know, you would have that discussion about if no new resources can be brought to bear,
Okay.
what would we do? And then also find out at the same time, get a ruling from the administration, because I've seen school boards before just say, go get second lien bonds, but without, over the objection of their administration or without the recommendation of their administration, it's just never, I've never seen it go well, okay? So we need to hear essentially what a ruling on what our capacity is for any kind of additional fundraising through non-voter actions, shall we say. You know what I mean? Like, essentially devoting revenue to selling bonds to raise money to go into Fund 3 to raise that number. So those are the type of financial discussions that probably should be happening parallel, in my thoughts, to the discussion about how to spend the 22 against the 75 or $80 million in obligations. When I say obligations, it's like a moral obligation, I would say,
Oh, no
you know,
doubt,
to the
no
voters.
doubt.
Not like we've signed a construction contract, you know, like y'all found yourselves in, where you know, when you came, right, where the money had been obligated, but there wasn't enough in the Fund 3 to support the construction contract.
That's correct.
So when I say obligation, that's what I mean. So those type of discussions, I feel like, need to be had for the board to make an informed decision, because they're gonna be painful conversations, you know, if you can't get the Fund 3 up to the same level as the cost of the projects, right? Like,
Oh, and that's
So-
correct. And right now, we're not there.
yeah,
So the question would be is, are we talking strictly by what we currently have as far as what we can leverage? Or, and when we say not going to the community as far as a vote for millage or whatnot? And I'm guessing
that
that's what.
can be part of the conversation,
Yes.
as I would think, but I'm just saying that we would also need to hear about what the capacity is to raise building fund money without doing that.
Oh,
as
no,
well.
I heard. That's why, when you say it, it's kind of almost like we didn't have everything on the table.
No,
when
no,
we
no,
said
no,
this.
I wasn't
Yeah.
keeping anything off the
Okay.
table, I was just
Okay.
trying to, you know, figure out what should be on the table and then how to make, because one of the things about this is that it's just gonna be a tough decision, right? Like, it's
absolutely.
gonna be an absolutely tough decision, let's just look at it and say that it's gonna be a tough decision when you have
Absolutely.
less resources than what you feel is obligations. You're gonna have to triage, prioritize, you know, and then come up with a way, when you do one, to figure out what your plan to do 2, 3, and 4.
That's correct.
So those are the type of conversations that I feel like should be had at a work session, so that we can get this kind of direction, because this would be easy if there was enough money in Fund 3 to match the obligations. It would just be Mr. Johnson just line them up like airplanes at the airport and just take off. But, you know, we've got 4 people for 1 chair, basically, or, I mean, that's not exactly true, right? You could do probably 2 projects off of what we have if you do the smaller ones, and then if you left the other 2 out. I mean, there's different ways to like slice it, but essentially you've got 4 projects and not enough money. So how do you prioritize? And that, the board needs to be involved in that and make a decision. But we've got to make a decision. We have to make a decision, and I just think that's the best way to do it.
Yes, sir.
What would be your time frame? Let's say we decided to do a work session, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, what would be your time frame that you would be ready for us to get all the information we needed?
I think bare minimum 2 weeks. The majority of the work for me was already kind of semi put together. 2 weeks would be sufficient for me.
There's more than just operations that have to be involved, you know, there's like finance and stuff. So let's say, for example, that, you know, calling a meeting or whatever is usually a conversation that Dr. McNulty and I have. So let's say that, I guess I'd like to hear first, is there anyone opposed to the idea of having a work session on this that would rather do it as a regular meeting? Because I don't want to get too far down the road and then realize that there were people, the majority of the board didn't want to have a work session.
Well, may I interject something before you do that? I think we have to be cognizant and prudent over, I think a lot of the staff members will be at some type of conference.
That's right.
Whether it's
Well-
ADE or something else, AVID or whatnot.
Oh, yeah,
So we
for
really
sure.
kind of need to be cognizant of time.
Well, no, we're not going to call to do it tonight.
No,
I'm
I'm just
yeah,
wanting
yeah.
to put that on the table.
That's,
Yes, sir.
you know, but essentially, I don't want to start having discussions with Dr. McNulty on the calendar and then realize that the majority of the board, because Dr. McNulty's going to know
Yes,
what our situation is with our administration, staffing availability. So we'll be cognizant of that, but at the same time, I guess I want to hear from the board do you want a work session on this?
Yeah, I like the last one. I feel like we really
Yeah.
we moved forward.
I agree, we got a lot of good information and,
4 hours of fun,
you
right?
know, we put 2 all-nighters in a row here, so, you know,
And-
we're good.
And work sessions by policy are, you can't, if you're following policy, you don't make decisions at work sessions. So they're just gonna be work sessions. There's not gonna be any other stuff. If we have to do something else, we have to call it a special meeting. So, but my thinking, Ms. Ward, did you have a thought about it?
What?
Did you have a thought about having the work session?
No, let's have it. Ooh,
Okay.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah,
Potter?
I'm on.
Okay, so I was thinking just find a Tuesday that works in between regular meetings and sometime in June, July, August, whenever, hopefully not August, but you know
Well,
what I mean.
hopefully not August, because I think we have to commit the funds before June, for November, if I'm not mistaken.
Well,
The
Let-
existing funds off the existing bond.
so where we'll go from here is we were never gonna set a meeting date today. So I'll pick it up with Dr. McNulty and we'll see what we need so that we can have all the information for a board meeting date. But it'll be sometime on a Tuesday is what the goal will be. So, and then we'll get with the board and set the date once Dr. McNulty feels comfortable that he has what he needs to go. Does that sound okay with you, Dr. McNulty?
Sounds excellent.
Okay. All right.
Anything else I can answer? Thank
Not
you,
for me.
guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us into our old business. Our first item on old business is the amended proposed classified hire list with Dr. Williams. One person, right?
Yes,
And it's amended, so was this person on the list before?
no,
Okay, so it's like an additional hire list.
no. He was inadvertently left off.
Okay,
His line did not get copied.
okay, all right. Questions? All right,
I'll make a motion to approve.
okay. Ms. Potter has made a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Tate has seconded. Last discussions? Put it to a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. Next up, we have a set of allocation sheets. The first 2 are certified, so these are coming out of PPC, right?
Yes.
Okay. So go ahead, or the first one.
Well, before you, you have the certified sheet 1. It includes items that are new positions or a change in the number of days. And so, do you have any questions regarding those positions?
Will we have money?
Ma'am?
These are new positions?
Yes, some of them are paid out of operating, but one of them is already an existing position. It's the first one. If you look at that one, it's a change in the days, and actually it's days that we currently, that particular position, because of the length of the current contract, that person comes during the summer and works using their daily rate of pay. So we're just extending it to the number of days we end up paying them every summer, and doing a adjustment with the index. So it's not a brand new position. The others below, they are, oh, sorry, my phone went out. And they are grant funded.
Oh, okay.
The novice teacher, the 2 novice teachers and the instructional coach?
Yes, they will come out of, yes.
Title 2A.
Mhm.
Okay. All right,
I
What?
move to accept certified allocations sheet number 1.
okay. Dr. Tate has made a motion to accept. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Ms. Potter has seconded. Further discussion? All right, I'll put it to a vote. All in favor of certified allocation sheet number 1, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. Next, we have certified allocation sheet number 2.
Okay, sheet 2, and let me, before I start, on the very, line, didn't bring my glasses up here, line 3, it has in the funding, please disregard that, section that says Title VI, please disregard that. But otherwise, that information, that is, a proposal on the position for the Director of Educational Accountability and Special Projects, rifting that position. Oh, thank you so much. It's bad enough when it's big, but it's worse when it's small. On that particular item, those duties will be split amongst different persons in the in the central office area, and creating an adjustment there. And then the next two are proposed index increases for those two positions. One is just an index increase. The other is an index and day increase, moving the second position back to its former number of days, which the number of activities that occur with the Fine Arts Department during the summer just extends past their contract, and they often have to come up as well. So we're proposing to revert it back to the 244 contract. And that's just a day change, no rate change.
Okay, so discussion on sheet 2.
Was the salary for the Director of Accountability and Special Projects that is shown on here as a savings, was it included in last year's budget?
So Ms. Rolette shared with us that originally it was, and then when that person who held that position transitioned to a new position, it was pulled out of the budget. So this year it wasn't, once it was submitted, it wasn't in the budget. But it did begin in the budget in the school year because there's a person sitting in that position. So in terms of this year's budget, no,
However,
because it was removed.
however, if this doesn't pass, what we'll do is we're going to put it back into the budget,
It would be put back into the budget at,
just because of all the state requirements that need to be done. It's just one of those things.
so in terms of the savings is in terms of if the position were refilled, it would be a savings to split the position because it has to be either filled or split.
Okay. Other questions on this?
It's always interesting when we get these that we don't ever get any estimate of hours that are going to be increased during the week workload. We just get, okay, you're getting $20,000 more to do some part of someone else's job.
Well, I can give you a ballpark estimate. So let's take for example, let's talk real world situation. The portion of that position that is currently still being done by me, I probably average about 8 to 10 hours minimum a week working on things under that umbrella. So in terms of that would be a kind of a way. The other portion that I'm not handling, it takes a significant amount of time as well. I can't speak for those persons specifically, but I can speak for the time I spend. I'll say, for instance, these last few weeks, I've left here after 8 o'clock every night. But I will say this too, I did that last year because that's the nature of the beast. You know, it's just a big job.
So would you prefer that person getting their job back and you not having to do that?
Well, the thing about it is Pieces of it, like I kind of went through last meeting, the position was created out of portions of other positions. And so to move them kind of in line with areas that still kind of handle those types of things would be a way to handle it. Not the only way to handle it, but it would be a way to handle it, and a way to handle it in a manner where the district could save some money. But either way would be appropriate. The thing about the time, and I kind of tried to explain this before, regardless of, for most educators, regardless of the job they do, they end up working outside of what's quote-unquote business hours, just because of the nature of the work we do as educators. It's just not a 9 to 5 kind of thing. I have people call me on Sunday morning. I have calls in my phone from people calling Sunday morning when I'm trying to get ready for church, and hopefully they're on their way, calling me about stuff. That's just what happens.
But then is it realistic to assume when your regular job keeps you that busy that you now are gonna take 20% of another job?
What
Is that fair to the person we're giving that load to?
I think in terms of how it's split, it's manageable because it won't take that much time. What I'm saying to you is, and I wish I had a thing I could put it up on the board. What I'm saying to you is, what was being done that's taking that much time was almost a whole job. So splitting it off, that will allow, time not to be having to be pushed so much on the late end, with it being spread out. And having done it, and knowing how it's been split, I think it's very manageable in that fashion. Because it's gonna be things that kind of align with work that's already being done. It's not gonna be a foreign piece of
And the
work.
people that are getting this additional work know that they're getting this additional work?
Well, they know that it's proposed.
Yeah.
Are we rewriting job descriptions?
No. Well, we'll have to.
'Cause we'll be back into
No.
employee hearings if we don't.
Yeah, we'll have to incorporate those pieces, but again, the way it's split, it's kind of in line with work in their area. So it's not something that's foreign. Like for instance, one of the pieces that I handle would be the enrollment counts for the district that have to go through the state and different pieces like that. So that would be something that is proposed to move to pupil services, because that's within the realm of what her area is. So it's not like pieces that are foreign to their kind of work.
So just so I can be relatable, I got promoted last year.
Really?
Yeah, and not to brag, because I didn't even invite anybody. But when I got promoted to lieutenant, somebody else got promoted to sergeant. And so I got to focus on the duties of a lieutenant. And then the sergeant came in and focused on the duties of the sergeant. In your world, you got promoted and took over the new duties that Sean Burgess used to be responsible for.
Correct.
But you have continued to handle all of the duties of your previous position.
Not all, the majority.
The vast majority.
But there is a piece that I did not continue.
And this is what we're divvying up, the two jobs that you ended up having to do?
No, we're not divvying up the new job.
What you
We're
used to
divvying
do.
up the old job. So,
The whole job that you've still been doing.
Part of it.
yeah, yes. So, for instance, the way, and I wish, can I make copies of something?
You can do whatever you would
Okay.
like right now on the stage.
A visual may be more helpful. This is something that PPC requested from me, so So the pieces, the way that it's separated, because HR deals with a lot of compliance and interaction with the state, the pieces that are compliance related, they were divvied up to stay with me if the proposal is accepted. Because those are things that you cannot, not that anyone else would mess them up, but I'm used to watching for them and handling and making sure that they go through because I've done it for so long. And so what she's printing out, it kind of shows, it's kind of broad strokes of what I do, or what that position, the things that that position handles. And then it shows a breakdown of how we're proposing to split it up. And so when you look at it, it's going to look daunting because there are a lot of pieces on it, but there are pieces that, like I said, kind of connect to areas that those persons already oversee. And so, like I said, for instance, their enrollment. The pieces for the other section would be something like, for instance, some of the things that I deal with the testing. And so with the persons who are still in learning services, that's something that they kind of work with already with the principals and the coaches. So it would be a natural transition to move some of those pieces to that area. And so maybe having that document would kind of make it make more sense. But those are the things with the proposal for that particular line. And then again, the other lines are as I stated before. Did we? I know she thought. Oh. So I tried to just give kind of summaries of what those activities are. They have more, in-depth pieces to them, but just to kind of give a broad kind of list of what it looks like.
So will they receive increases in their salary?
That's what's on the proposal. Yes, ma'am. Those adjustments are what we're talking about there.
And in your opinion, that's a better way to do it than just to have someone.
To be
who does
honest,
all these,
yes, in this regard, yes, ma'am.
Because they interact with those things anyway.
They interact with them, and then too, it kind of, it puts things in places where people who are familiar with areas that they can move and kind of transition and it not be as much of a learning curve, one, and the possibility of something being missed. And overall, that's the concern for me. Because some of the pieces are so critical to us remaining solvent as a district, those are pieces that, you just want to make sure are handled with care.
And as again, I want to thank Ms. Smith for kind of coming up with this idea. It was during graduation. But, as superintendent, you get the ADE memos. And as you realize, those ADE memos have a list of districts that are out of compliance on a certain timeline that they're very irritated about. And one of the things I can say is I rarely see PCSSD on those because we do a really good job of being compliant, because once you become out of compliance in certain things, then you get your name known with state agencies. And if you've ever had to navigate state agencies, you know that once you become identified as a problem child, they start unpacking more things. So the position is needed. This is just a way of approaching it. with people who have been doing it a while, and so there'll be no lag in what I would say efficiency. But, obviously the board's discretion, but I think Ms. Smith during graduation had kind of coming up with some ideas around that.
Ms. Ward kind of got to one of my concerns as I was studying this is I think that, and this ties in a little bit with what Dr. McNulty said, is because this is part of the same thread that's been going on with respect to like 9.05. It's just a different way to approach the issue that is, I would characterize it as a bit more straightforward of a way where, in terms of HR, where you take duties and you divide them up as this sheet has done. But the actual job because Ward raised this too about court, right? Or I don't think she said court, but hearings or something like that. Essentially disputes or trouble that comes out of this because we gave raises to people, but the underlying job description, okay, the changes in the job description. And it sounded like you were non-committal or said that you didn't think that job descriptions would be updated, and so I kind of wanted to.
No, they would have to be updated because the job is changing. So my job would change because things are being added to the current position. Well, the assistant superintendent for human resources would have to be adjusted. The assistant superintendent for pupil services and equity initiative would have to be adjusted. The other two, the director of STEM and blended initiatives, would have to be adjusted. The director of humanities and learning services would have to be adjusted because those items are being pulled to them. And so it would just be a matter of dropping those pieces onto that agenda and to that job description, and the position, the original position would be riffed, which means it goes away. It's not like it can come back and be resurrected, for that purpose.
Well, so my concern, or what I would like to see, and I could have said this sooner, but was studying it and everything, I could come up with excuses, but as part of the proposal, I'd like to see the proposed job duties essentially, and then we just have it as one.
Other than,
Like, you have like actual sheets, right? Like for each person, like if you go into your.
their job, the current job.
Yeah, what would turn up to be a court exhibit, for example,
Okay.
that shows like, you've got the JDE 1.05 or whatever, that.
So the current job description.
Well, you would have the current job descriptions and the proposed changes. Now, that doesn't imply that the board has to approve job description changes, but since it's relevant to the issue, essentially have some basis to show the board,
Okay.
if we approve the proposal, what the job description was before and what it was after, and then include the director of accounting, or accountability, okay? So they can see, here's what the JDE was on the accountability person.
Right.
And then each one of the 4 positions that are getting changed,
Okay.
show what it was before and after, or what it would be proposed after, so that we can see like what, it is in a way in here, but you would essentially, what I'm saying is incorporate.
Just copy those on.
Yeah. You would consolidate probably a lot of these gather, prepare, and organize ones, into one dot or something.
Well, I guess you could do a listing.
Yeah, so essentially show us how it's gonna change, because I would feel more comfortable because first of all, let me back up and say, one of my least favorite parts of school boarding is being concerned about how people are paid, okay? I try to avoid it, but we are confronted with salary policy, essentially, right?
Absolutely.
And we can be called to account for why we've made decisions that on certain positions or affecting certain people and not others.
Yes, sir.
And so the basis of the job duty change would make me feel more comfortable, because in general, I think the superintendent should be able to organize his or her administration how they want in general, right? And so if the superintendent decides that I don't want a director of accountability anymore, I want to break that up into other 4 pieces or whatever and hand it there, I think that the superintendent should have latitude to make that recommendation, but when it involves salary change, of course, it has to come to the board. So that's when I might want to stick my nose into the job duties piece, just to be shown, okay, what the basis for it is and what it's going to look like if we approve it.
Okay.
So that's my thinking on that, is that I do defer a bit to how the superintendent organizes things. So I am open to this way. I like this way of handling it. I mean, I like the position of accountability, to be perfectly honest. Dr. Clowers, I think it was created like in like 1999 or 2000 with Dr. Clowers, and it's existed for quite some time.
Yeah, when he left, they added it to the current job that I had.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so it's been Build-A-Bear for quite a
Yes.
while, okay. So, and I'm just talking for myself here, but this is what I would feel more comfortable with looking at. And then also, you know, I talked to Dr. McNulty about this a little bit, and this isn't something that you can fix, but the optics of this are, you know, it looks like on this sheet, raises for administrators, okay? I mean, that's what it looks like. I understand there's a rational basis for doing this, okay, which is the underlying basis that's being presented to us is we're riffing this, we're deleting this position, and we're splitting out duties, and then we're compensating people accordingly based on our judgments and recommendation. But it does look like raises for administrators as well. Now, this fine arts thing, if I was on the board in 2017 or 2018, I would have never done that to the fine arts director or the GT director, okay? Like, but that was their decision. So I don't really have a problem putting it back, but I guess we're on a sheet here, we've got in front of us a rational basis from the administration, but as I step back, I look at it and I say raises for administrators. So, two things.
Yes, sir.
The duties,
Okay.
if you want, I mean, that's not a directive or anything, I'm just saying that's what I would like to see.
I can
And then
collect those.
put it back to PPC, and let's look at something small for teachers, like, let's say a step 19 or something. I don't know what it could be, but something to balance, because it's not like all administrators are getting raises. So look at the budget and see if anything can support that. If it can't, fine. But as we're doing this, put it back to PPC, do the job duties thing, and if we can get something little for teachers to balance it, I would feel more comfortable, but the budget has to support it, and I don't know what that would mean. So those are my two thoughts, is I'm a little concerned just about how it looks, but ultimately, I think there's a basis for it. I just would like to see the job duties.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, you want, the original job description, a merged job description, and.
Proposed,
Yes.
you know, what you're
Right.
suggesting would happen if
Right.
this happened.
And then you wanted to go back to the PPC to approve or to review the job description?
No, PPC has no authority to tell you about your job description.
Okay.
I want it to go back to PPC to sit there for a month while we do this.
Okay. Because they,
And-
well, she wasn't here to
Yeah.
tell that it was approved.
Yeah, right, okay. I thought it was probably approved, because
Yeah.
otherwise it wouldn't
Right.
be here.
But,
Well,
okay, so you wanted to go back to PPC.
And for the administration to consider if we can add a step 19 or something to balance the proposal,
Okay.
okay? Or something, some small thing. I'm not talking about across the board raise or whatever. Just look at the budget, because we're coming into budget time. If there's money available, I would feel good about like a step 19 or something.
Okay.
But job duties for sure.
Okay.
But we're just talking about my vote, okay? Like, that's it.
Okay.
I tend to agree with that. The only other thing that I have a little bit of a concern about is just, do we need one person doing that job, like one person that we could hire over the next, like, maybe we look for that person over the next year, then we create the position for the 25-26 school year, and then transition that person into that role, just because I worry about burnout. I mean, working till 8 o'clock is a lot, and then I get concerned about, is a person who's taken on additional duties able to do everything, get everything done that they need to do with the job that they have?
Oh, let me say this, is those are valid concerns. I just look at it like, that's for the superintendent to police, you know, in terms of like, if he thinks that this isn't working, to come back to us and make a different recommendation.
Fair.
Okay, because it's fine to be concerned about the employees and their burnout or whatever, but I think that it's clearly in the domain of the superintendent to at least make that recommendation, because it's hard for us to police or monitor that, you know, and that's what we trust him to do.
Yeah, that's completely fair.
Is there a time frame that's going to give you a problem with contracts if we push this another month?
No, it would just be a matter of adjusting, doing an amended contract if the proposal is accepted, and then figuring out if it's not accepted, next steps.
Well, PPC approved this. I mean, Mr. Robinson's not here. They
She
approved
did
it as
approve-
it
she
was, so, you know, if we get into the next contract year on this or whatever, hopefully we can just ask them to put it in place, you know, just go ahead and do it, because we were just waiting for a little bit more information, which is sort of what they wanted. But that's why I would send it back to PPC and then bring it back to us.
Yeah, and they just asked, and so this is why they got that document.
Yeah, and essentially this, incorporating it into the job duties is just like an additional step beyond that, you know, because it sounds like you might just cut and paste.
Right.
So we're all on record, though, that she's been doing this, and the vast majority of it now, for how long?
year.
Since September
Right.
25th.
And we're not compensating her. So you talked about court documents earlier. Court documents, like, I want to go on record that I would approve this as is. Probably, like, really the stipend should have gone through, because if anything, now we're blatantly, knowingly taking advantage of her.
What if we move to approve it based on the assumption that the job description is going to be updated in relationship to this? Is that an option
Well,
that?
I think that was the proof that the PPC asked for, and then once she provided it, they approved it. So that's what she's given to us. These would,
Be
the
entered
job duties
onto
would
the
be
official job
modified,
descriptions.
like El Presidente, which rightfully so. I'm sure there was always an intention to do an updated job duties.
We would have to do that.
Right. And I'm pretty sure I was in the room when Ms. Smith said that if it had been an allocation, she would have voted for it at graduation. So if that's the case, then I'd make the motion to approve certified allocation sheet number 2. And if you were sincere at graduation, then you can go ahead and second it.
Motion by Mr. Keller, is there a second? I don't think that means that she's insincere. I don't know what she said, but I don't know if I would use the mechanics of a motion and a second to put her on the spot like that.
I'm not
Do you want to second that, Ms.
We're
Smith?
putting Dr. Williams on the spot, to be honest.
Let me just say that I talked to the attorneys about this quite a bit, okay? It's other duties as assigned when you're exempt employee. I think that there's a basis for making these changes, as I've said. I think that when you're an exempt employee, then I don't see the legal liability here. I see potentially just an undercompensated employee, okay? And I see some indication that the board, as part of this process, recognizes that. And so, and I think we can get there. And that's my thought, essentially, is we've been operating essentially on the spare tire right now, which is the other duties as assigned, for an entire year, okay? To try to save this money off of the Director of Accountability that we didn't fill. But it's required a compensation change, and we've been wrapped around the axle of that for a little bit. So I proposed like a path forward that I thought I would feel comfortable with. We can try to test this a different way.
I mean, if there wasn't a second, then it's a moot point.
So, and I think we can get there. I think I can get there for sure on this proposal as it is. But maybe not today, like next board
I
meeting.
think we just trying to do, I think, like he said before, it's been done. People are being compensated. We just wanna go about it and put it on the record to do it the right way. So, I don't think nobody's losing right now.
No.
Let's send it to PPC and see it next time, okay? And I can talk if what my
I just
opinion
want to be
matters.
clear on what I'm sending to PPC.
Just what they sent back, what they sent here. Just, it's gonna be parked there for a minute and then have a discussion about it. You don't wanna,
I guess
do you
I'm
wanna
not
go back to
clear-
PPC? Do you wanna just
No, I
table
don't
it?
mind, I'm just not clear on what I'm taking back, that's all, I'm just.
Well,
not
I
clear.
talked about a 19th step, like the
Oh, the
possibility of a 19th
19th step
step as
piece,
as
okay.
incorporated into this, so that it
Okay.
balances like raises for administrators, just to
Yes,
look at.
Yes, sir, okay,
Based, and if the administration looks at it and says, not now, or it's too early, whatever, then bring it back like it is, okay? But I would like to see that for balance,
okay,
but I wouldn't hold hostage the rest of it based on the fact that I think there's sentiment here to get something like this going, okay? So send it back to PPC,
the whole sheet or just that portion?
to
The whole sheet?
even the director of HR and the fine arts.
Okay, okay.
Is that gonna be a problem to,
No, it's not a problem, I just wanted to make sure if I was just sending that one piece or the whole sheet.
so the
So
entire,
the whole sheet, okay,
and just to be clear, I caused this to be broken into two originally by talking to Dr. McNulty. I want to take responsibility for that because I thought one would be more problematic than the other, could be.
So
And then
the
I've
whole-
made the second one problematic
Okay.
by my opinions.
so
Okay.
the whole sheet and then the job description pieces?
But
and the
yes, but
proposal
PPC
for 19
PPC
step.
doesn't have to approve your job descriptions.
Right.
Just show, if
Just
you
show
wanted
it.
to, show it to them if you wanted to. Okay, you show them to us, for sure.
Oh, okay,
Park it back at PPC.
okay,
Talk about, see if you can do a step 19. If you can't, then bring it, let's just have it back and then vote, okay?
yes, sir.
All right. So that's what I'm gonna try to do. Let's see if it happens. I move to refer for certified staff allocation number 2 back to PPC for further study.
Second.
Discussion? Okay, referring back to PPC, and then and then have it back to us, okay, like, just bring it back either way, like, if they can't look at it, can't meet, whatever, just have it back on the agenda either way, okay? It'll function as a table in that sense,
Yes,
if they can't meet, because I understand they're off contract.
right.
So, we'll put the referring to PPC to a vote with the understanding we're gonna look at this again, July. All in favor of that, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
I have that 5-1 with Mr. Keller, no? Okay, so, then I think we're getting closer, okay? I do, and I think that we can probably be in a place to take action in July. Was where I think this is going. Okay, that brings us to certified sheet, or classified sheet number 1.
So you have before you that particular sheet. The first sheet is dealing with range changes. Are there any questions regarding that sheet?
So this is just like certified one, but we just are the first sheet is not range changes, right? It's just increases, decreases.
Did I get on the wrong? I may have mislabeled them in our haste to put them together. The one that I'm looking at.
Does it have driven
Oh, I'm
tutors
sorry.
at the top?
I apologize. I'm on this small
Okay.
phone. The first one is new positions. I apologize.
But it's got driven tutors at the top, right? The
Yes.
first one?
Yes, sir.
Driven tutors 6, okay.
Any questions regarding that sheet?
I'll just say on driven tutors, or driven tutors, we had tutors as a position, sort of like, was it like math reading tutors, or what were they called? Do you remember?
Sometimes.
Something like that, right?
These are specifically for the driven programs, School of Innovation, opportunity.
So but they have the same, they're on the same range as a literacy math tutor? Do you think? It's okay if you
The
don't.
range may not be the same, but those are, ones that we've been having. They've just been temp every year.
Oh, okay, so we've
Yeah,
had,
we've had them every year. It's just they've been posted as temp positions. We make the people quit, then we hire them right back. So we're just trying to get some continuity so people have some stability, with their position.
so the two things you need is an increase in the allocation so that you can actually,
That's what it is. It's an actual allocation because we never had one. It's
But
just been a temp position.
is the job description for a driven tutor different than than the other type of tutor? Do you know?
Yes,
Okay, so that's the other thing, is that
yes.
you need it to be a
it's
separate
different-
position,
Yes. it's
and you need the approval to have them.
Yes, well, I guess technically, because we've been having them.
Well,
Since driven
have them
tutor.
as permanent positions.
Right, with the permanency,
Yeah,
yes.
okay, all right.
That's why we added it.
Okay, all right. So we're on the sheet with driven tutors. Questions?
And I apologize for yawning, you all know.
I
You-
move to approve classified allocations sheet number 1.
Okay, I'll second that. Dr. Tate has moved it, approval of 1, and I have seconded that. Any discussion on sheet 1? Okay, let's put it to a vote. All in favor of sheet 1, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. Sheet 2 is another,
These are the, range changes, or, these are all range changes.
and so I caused this to happen because I wanted range changes on a different proposal than increases, deletes, or whatever. I'll say if somebody wonders, because I'm gonna vote for this one, and somebody says, well, why did you vote for this one instead of the other one? Well, these are hourly positions. I didn't see, I just felt like this was okay to do without a lot of other thought to it, essentially.
Move to approve classified allocation sheet number 2.
Okay, Dr. Tate has made the motion. I'll second. Discussion on sheet number 2 for classified. Okay, we'll put it to a vote. All in favor of approving classified allocation sheet number 2, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Next one, proposed supplemental allocations for 24-25. Dr. Williams?
This, particular one is in regard to the, lead academy coach, team lead position. It's a stipend, for $400 per semester. Those persons will, assist in the academy process. They'll kind of serve, I want to, for simplicity's sake and maybe to help understand, it's kind of like a department head for that team. So they'll be kind of helping facilitate that team to make sure that those students are receiving the adequate support that they have throughout that team. And so it's a stipend position at this point.
So this would be something that would be intended for, let's say, like, someone like a classroom teacher to have?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just like with the department heads, it'd be the same thing.
All right, questions? Motion?
Move to approve proposed supplemental allocations for 24-25 school year.
Okay, I'll second. More discussion? Okay, I'll put this one to a vote. All in favor of approving proposed supplemental allocations for 24-25, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay.
All right.
Dr. Williams, go, you can find your chair. I'm sure you're waiting for that. Sorry to keep you up here so long. All right, we are down to CEP to Provision 2 with Regina King English.
Good evening, Board. You may or may not know that student nutrition is a part of the Division of Pupil Services. Ms. English is the Director of Student Nutrition, and she does an outstanding job. She not only looks out for the welfare of their students, of our students at least, to make sure that we provide healthy meals. She did an absolutely fantastic job this year working with Jessica Duff's department and trying to collect unpaid lunch balances. And we're gonna end up this year, of course, with unpaid lunch balances, but much less, much better than it did last year. She's always looking out for the district financially, what we need to do in student nutrition, and what we can do to provide better meal services for our students. What she's going to share with us, CEP to Provision 2. Right now, we have schools in our district that are community eligibility programs. Those schools, students in those schools receive free lunch, everybody. Well, it's going away. So she's going to talk to you about the savings that we would have to go to a Provision 2 school. It will require the board president and secretary or just president signature, the proposal. They don't have to?
No.
It just requires the board approval.
Was that in the folder, Ms. Richards?
No, it's
Okay.
on her.
Okay. All right.
Her consent item, actually.
Okay, all
Oh,
right.
that's the other one, okay.
Okay.
Talk to them about what
Hello?
Provision 2 is the new federal thing, what it would do for us as a district in for student nutrition for the 24-25 school year.
So since 1920 school year, we've have operated under community eligibility provision under 12 of our sites, which offered universal free breakfast and lunch, as she was saying. That is a 4-year program. After the 4-year program, we have the option to reapply, in which we did the numbers, and we do not qualify moving forward into the new school year. So I contacted the state and had lengthy conversation with them about what surrounding districts were able to do, such as Jacksonville, North Little Rock, who are also community eligibility provision districts. And we have all chosen to try to be a Provision 2 district. So what this is we have 4 years, the first year being a base year where we collect free and reduced applications from our parents. We have not done that at the 12 CEP sites in 4 years. Then we take those numbers and we qualify moving forward the next 3 years at universal free breakfast and lunch. Where we currently have 12 sites that have CEP, this will allow us to start our base year with 19 sites. So the kicker is, the first year, we do not take any money from households in those 19 sites. Instead, Child Nutrition Fund 8000 takes care of the difference between our reimbursement and our paid cost for those students for the first year. If we chose to try and stay CEP, we would lose $1.9 million in reimbursement. If we chose to go back universal, everybody pays, based on free and reduced, we start accumulating charges in all of our schools.
Start what?
Accumulating charges in all of the sites, in all the 25 sites. This year, we only accumulated charges in 13 of the sites. If we chose to go Provision 2, it would cost our child nutrition department roughly $700,000.
You said Provision 2. You said if you go Provision 2.
For
So
19 sites.
what this proposal
First year.
is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
You said 7, how much? You said,
700,000.
okay, 700,000 for Provision 2 versus,
Yeah.
versus what for CEP? Staying on CEP.
We would lose 1.9 million.
Okay, so, and this, but,
We don't
You-
have that to lose.
yeah, but you said it would cost 700,000.
It would cost, to go
Okay.
Provision 2, the first year, base year, that money comes out of the child nutrition program. To me, providing our students free universal breakfast and lunch and parents not having to worry about where their kids' meals come from is huge for me. They should not have to worry about that. I've had the funds in our account for a couple of years now.
knowing that this was gonna take place, knowing that we were gonna lose our CEP status and what we would have to do to be able. Moving forward, after the first base year, then it don't cost child nutrition program anything for the next 3 years. It's that first base year while you're collecting free and reduced applications that Child Nutrition Fund 8,000 has to cover the cost of those paid meal students. Our goal is to push free and reduced applications because every one we can get approved, we don't have to pay.
Right.
And the more we qualify.
The beauty of it to me, though, we're going from 13 schools where all of our students eat free and reduced to 19 schools where all of our students eat free and reduced. It's kind of like there really is no other option, because if we can't afford CEP any longer, I don't think we can afford not to apply for Provision 2, because if we don't apply for Provision 2, everybody is paid. All 25 campuses, 26 campuses are paying campuses versus 19 that we could have where those students eat free. So it kind of makes sense
Is it
to me.
free or free and reduced?
Free and reduced.
So what decides whether they eat free or whether they eat reduced, and how does that work?
Well, it's income-based, but currently USDA pays for the reduced students to eat free. So technically, even though they are qualified free and reduced, they're all free. We don't charge for a reduced kid right now.
So if we pay $700,000 for 4 years, our 19 schools, the kids will eat for free.
For 1 year.
For,
$700,000
we pay
for 1
700
year.
for a total of 4 years.
No, ma'am.
We pay it the first year, but we get 3 years after that
Yes.
for free. So it's a 4-year program.
Yes.
That you pay upfront, and the kids in 19 schools eat free twice a day.
Breakfast and lunch.
That's great.
The 700,000 that you said would come out of a 8,000 fund?
Yes.
That means that it would come out of the food service fund, right?
Yes.
So the 1.9 million in CEP losses, that would have to come out of Fund 2, right?
Well,
Great.
once our account hit the zero bottom, then it would pick up in fund.
Oh, okay, so either one of these would just, so the food service balance that we had, the positive food service
Right.
balance that we've had, that we've talked about
Right.
many times.
We wipe it
But
out.
we've identified essentially that it's limited in what you can spend it on.
Correct.
You know,
Absolutely.
and you can't reimburse yourself into Fund 2 or any of that
Absolutely
sort of
not.
stuff. It's heavily regulated, it's like a federal fund, essentially.
Absolutely. It is federal.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
we're right,
Yeah.
right. But what you're saying is that I'm gonna call it the upfront cost of going to P2, Provision 2, the 700,000, that's my word for it. The upfront cost can be fronted out of the nest egg or whatever that we've been building with respect to Fund 8.
Correct.
So in a way, that money is so limited in what we can spend it on, this might actually be the highest and best use for how you can spend the money.
We think it is.
Yeah, given the fact that a choice has to be made here.
Right, absolutely.
Okay,
And then we don't lose $600,000 a year and not getting paid, right?
Absolutely. You know, that cost will reduce is our hope. Because the 600 been, with 13 schools that are free. Now, here an additional 6 schools that will be free schools.
Yeah. We will only have 6 schools that will accumulate charges.
Yeah.
And I do have a list of those, but, this year our delinquent debt, not our bad debt, wound up right at 300,000, but if we multiply that times 25 locations, we're gonna be back in the $1 million where we have delinquent debt, and we don't, yeah.
And the reason those other 6 schools don't qualify is because they don't have enough people that qualify for the free lunch.
Correct. And they are Chenal, Baker, Sylvan High, Maumelle High, Robinson High, and Robinson Middle.
That don't qualify.
And I mean, chances are we could throw them in there, but it would cost us so much more money to throw them in there because there's no way I could get them to the point I need them at. These 19 schools, I have confidence I can get them where I need them to qualify them. The state will come in and do multiple audits with me this year while this program goes its first base year.
Did you say Maumelle High was one of them?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so this one,
All the high schools,
Except
except for
Mills
Mills.
House.
Maumelle, okay.
And elementary, Chenal, Baker, those
Right,
on the
correct.
two.
Yeah.
Correct.
So basically, almost the entire Robinson feeder pattern, except the Robinson Elementary and the Lawson.
Right.
But
They-
Right.
they
there's a
qualify.
reason for that.
Right, they
Based on the socioeconomics of
Absolutely.
the school. So, okay, this first year, these are gonna be my words, but aren't y'all gonna have to really, I mean, hustle even more than usual with respect to getting, because this is your base year, right? Like, coming up is your base year, and it's entirely, like the success or failure of your base year is going to essentially be based upon your getting the forms, right?
Correct.
How concerned are you, because for a long time, I mean, we have normalized due through COVID and everything else, you know, that a lot of people they may have a child in like fourth grade and they've never seen a form in their life, right?
Right.
That's correct.
And so how daunting of a challenge is this? Can you just,
It's daunting, but Regina already has a plan.
Okay.
We've already talked about the process. When we do our registration packets for back to school, the application is, gonna be given there. We're doing box lunches, and how many we gave?
We gave roughly 750 5-day meal boxes out to families. This week, we ran out. So this week, we're going to 900 on Thursday, and a free and reduced application will go in each car.
do we,
She's been
Yeah.
very creative about getting that application, because that's going to make the difference. Schools will do different kind of incentives, back to school particular. I don't have any concern about the elementary schools collecting them, because they will, you know, the need is there, and they go about giving different student incentives if your application is returned. My concern has always been with the secondary, but now, correct me if I'm wrong, our applications, the state gives us, are family, so if we got a kid in the elementary school, is the middle school
It covers
kid?
the whole household.
Got it,
Okay.
right, see, so that's much better than the process used to be too.
Yes, and
So-
then, you know, I'm actually not concerned about the middle schools, and the reason I'm not is the text messages and the reaching out that we've done this year about these delinquent debts. These parents have got on board with doing the free and reduced applications. That's why I can move forward with 19 schools. They know, if I talk to a parent, they know, I tell them, July 1, application. We have a code, a QR code, that's gonna go out to every family, and all you gotta do is take your phone and apply right on your phone. You can apply on your phone, on a laptop, on your computer, you can call me. I'll help you fill out the application right there with you. I've done that several times this year.
okay. So, is your target, you know, because you're gonna have target, like internally inside your department, you gotta have targets on what you need to be seeing in terms of this year for your baselines, right? And you'll know, if I'm below our target, we have problems. If we're above our target, we're feeling good. Are your targets gonna be like individual school level, or just the total number of applications in the district for those 19 schools?
Total number, and my target's 70%.
70% district-wide for those 19
for the
schools?
19
Sorry, for the
schools.
19 schools, okay, so it's not like if one school turns in 100% and the other turns in 50, but it averages out to 70 still, you're still okay,
We're
or?
at 56 right now.
Oh, okay, already?
Yes.
Okay.
No, for this school year.
Oh, for this school year, okay.
Yeah, and so those move forward, till the 25th, but like Jessica's real good about sending out texts saying, hey, your application's expiring, hey, your application. We get on the phone with parents, we get a list, I have my secretary, we constantly are checking the SNAP portal to see if we could qualify parents based on food stamps, and that helps. We go through each kid in the district.
You're grinding down individually, all the way down to, you're seeing individual names and tracking and trying to be like, we need to get this one, we need to get that one.
She does.
And
Absolutely.
looking at it, and, okay. Last question. Realistic worst-case scenario here that, for this, that could cause this not to work or not to backfire, but just not go through. What's the worst thing that can happen here that's realistic?
Well, So at $700,000, I gave you the worst amount. I took the amount of paid kids we had this year, and that's what I put toward us paying.
Okay,
If we can get more into free and reduced applications, we won't have that problem. The worst case scenario is we don't get all 19 schools qualified, and we have to remove some schools the following year.
Right.
okay, all right. But it comes out of, the losses for this are coming out of Fund 8, so we have a cushion essentially.
Yes,
If we
Right
can
now.
devote the Fund 8, if it wasn't intended for some other purpose.
Right.
You know, it can serve as a cushion as we go through this transition period, right?
It was there for, I knew this was coming.
Y'all just didn't tell us, because you took you pointed out how great it was, but you knew basically something was
We
coming.
knew that 4 years was running out and they were going to state would be doing something differently. So she kept saying, I've got to keep this, we've got to keep this. And
My hope
now we're
was
seeing it.
USDA would
Yeah.
do something,
Right,
and we
right.
wouldn't have to worry about everybody go
Right.
universal.
It always troubled me, we have all this money, but we can't spend it, but
Right,
I'm
certain
relieved to
things.
know that there was a plan,
Yes.
and now it's gonna
It
happen.
is.
Okay, all right.
It's to our advantage.
Okay, other questions about this? All right, so you've got a sheet that needs to be signed.
So they don't have to-
No, you don't have to sign
We
anything
just
on
need a
this.
motion in the minutes
Okay,
to approve
motion-
it.
so
Provision 2.
approve to moving, what do you want, motion to approve moving to provision 2, will that get it done?
Yes.
Okay, I move that the board approve moving to provision 2.
Second.
Okay. I made the motion to move to provision 2. Ms. Ward has seconded. Last discussion on this? Okay, we'll put it to a vote. All in favor of moving to provision 2, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Good luck. I know you
Thank
have your
you.
work cut out for you.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us down to comments from the board. Are y'all worn out from yesterday?
I think so.
You don't have an excuse, Mr. Keller. Got anything for us?
I have an excuse, I just try not to share it.
Oh, okay, all right. Good point. Nothing? Okay. All right. We'll go to comments from the superintendent.
I think that I was going to cede my time to Dr. Warren, but I think she kind of left. Good for her. I want to talk about, again, the closing of the school year. I think it was really well done. I want to thank our professional staff, both in certified and classified, to ending the school year effectively and safe. I also want to recognize the great work we're going to be doing next week. We are going to Avid in Dallas, and it is one of our more substantive professional developments. We will have our school improvement plans finished, right, Ms. Smith? Yes, at the end of the experience. And it also kind of revitalizes us as we move forward. I also want to acknowledge that we had a very good testing participation rate. Dr. Whitfield, we didn't, see, there she is. Dr. Warren, I said a little, but it just isn't like what you're going to do. So I'd like you to take the rest of the time.
No, we had to continue our discussion on student nutrition in the hallway. And I heard him say something about Dr. Warren. Wait a minute. Okay, question. You want to talk about
Next week.
next week?
Yeah.
273 PCSSD employees will be attending Avid Summer Institute in Dallas, Texas. Leave on Sunday. The conference Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Will return back on Thursday. Some might be returning Wednesday night, the reason I was hesitating. But I'm very excited. A lot of them are new employees because we have a lot of turnover in PCSSD each year, teacher turnover. So I'm excited about all of our staff that are going. One of the biggest things that occurs after you've been in your training sessions, Mr. Keller knows this, you have these sessions that are your team time, your district time. Well, each school has a table with their team members sitting at their table. And it's a bonding time. It's an opportunity for you to create that school improvement plan based on the average strategies that you will be incorporating for your school for the following school year. And to see that happening at that table, the principal is there with all of the teachers that are part of that team. We have teams, each school has to have a team of 5, minimum of 5. So we have, I don't even know if we have any schools this year with 5. All of them are more than 5. I think the smallest school team that we have this year going is 8, and the largest that we have has about 26 from their campus going. They decide who's going based on your teaching area and the number based on their title budget. They use their Title I professional development money to fund this, and they've already started on next year's title budget. Once Dr. Bell gives them a final amount, generally when we come back, then they start that budgeting process again for the following year. But their Title I budget, that's part of some of the restricted money as well. And one of the areas that Title I sets aside is professional development. That's the big area. So that's why they spend that money, because that's the money that the school actually allocates for itself. Any particular questions you
Dr.
all might
Warren,
have?
I'm
Yes,
so
ma'am.
glad you just said that.
Okay, sure.
When you stated just now that we only take teachers to the AVID training, do we take secretaries? Do we take office staff from the elementaries?
No.
Junior highs and high school? We don't?
No. We carry certified staff. The only secretary that goes is mine, because she does all the planning. She makes sure those plane flights are arranged. She also makes sure that those rooms are there for 273 people when we get there.
I'm fine
No,
with that.
no.
I'm going back to the Baker Elementary School principal taking her secretary from her school, who then turned around and quit the next week.
That wasn't added.
What was that one?
That was called a SAMS conference, and the
Oh.
district is reimbursed for that. The district doesn't pay.
Is it no cost?
A grant pays for that.
Might as well use it, okay.
So,
And that
So-
position is for a secretary.
Right.
Okay, so not
Thank you for
avid.
clarifying
So the
that,
only
because I was told
secretary that
AVID, and I
goes
was
to
like,
A-
whoa, that's ridiculousness.
so the only
Okay.
secretary that goes to
And then when
AVID
we
is my
travel
secretary.
for AVID, do we put that on the credit card and pay it per employee that goes? Or do they get reimbursed by the school district out of the AVID
What
money?
credit card? What do you mean?
American Express, we pay one every month.
We pay for the rooms
Okay, but we don't pay for their travel to get there,
on
their
American
airfare, their
Express.
cars?
No, ma'am.
Well, do we reimburse them if we don't pay for the flights?
We reimburse the people that drive.
Uh-huh.
Yes, they are
Okay.
reimbursed for their
And so
travel.
how do we reimburse them? Do we reimburse them based on mileage? Do we reimburse them?
It's by board policy, which is actually located in the state law. I think it's about 52 cents
I
a mile.
get that, but that's not what I'm asking.
Oh,
Do we do it by mileage? Do we do it by, 4 people in a car riding together? They all get, I mean, is that?
we do
how-
it, we
it's
do it
all-
by mileage. We do it by mileage.
Okay,
You turn in, when they do their travel approval form, they mark driving or they mark flying. So if they're flying, we make all the flights, and if they're driving,
so we do buy the plane tickets if they fly, that's what I was asking,
yes,
which
yes,
would be on the American
yes,
Express.
uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes,
but the,
ma'am.
but
So
the
they're not
mi-
given cash up front to go,
They are given their per diem up front,
uh-huh.
which is, and I can't tell you what that is, what that's even based on, a per diem, which is for their food item.
Uh-huh.
And that also is budgeted out of the school's federal money. It's part of the professional development for each school.
So you can pay per diem out of federal funds if, but
It's
it's gonna
part
be, it's
of
gonna be heavily
professional
regulated, right?
development.
You have to be very careful, but you can do
Yes, as
it.
long as it's part of professional development.
Okay, And then
So-
mileage reimbursements are done through, you have a form you fill out and you submit to the business office, or do you submit it to your supervisor and then it gets approved?
You submit it to your supervisors
Okay.
first for the supervisor to sign. Then you submit it to me
Mm-hmm.
for pupil services, and if it's out of state, which this one is, the superintendent signs.
Okay, but
off.
just, in this context, it would be just for Avid, right?
Yes,
Like, you're-
this
you're-
kind.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But in general, like, you don't see everybody's
Oh, no,
mileage
no, sir.
reimbursements.
No,
Yeah.
sir, no.
Just for
Just
for the
Avid.
thing
I
that you're
just-
over.
yeah,
Right, okay,
absolutely.
so there's two layers of looking at this. There's the supervisor, and then it would cross your desk or at least your office, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right,
And then, so say you do it by school, so say the school does a T-shirt for their group of people, who pays for that? Is it
God.
individual expense, or do we fund it? Do we write checks to the
I
principals?
am not sure
to-
how each school funds their own shirt.
Well, I didn't know if
But the
it's-
schools do that, so I'm not sure. With this, yeah,
I
okay.
think they sell candy.
well, they have all kind of fundraisers,
Well,
depending on the
I
school.
don't even
Yeah.
Each school has their own activities fund. Principals control, to a certain extent, their activities
That's
fund.
true.
With respect, I mean, like the business office also takes a look at those expenditures. They have a bookkeeper.
Y'all should take a trip
Business
sometime.
office audits those activity accounts, yeah.
Y'all ain't never took no trip, y'all need to take a trip
You know
sometime.
what? I don't teach Avid, and I'm not a certified teacher. I do not need to go to
Why
a
you
training.
Go to a training.
I'm
It's
good.
not-
I'm good.
There is a training piece in Avid for district leaders like yourselves and board meeting. I would love for you to attend.
I appreciate that. You bring a educator here to do it, and I'll go somewhere here and get through it.
Girl, fly me to New Mexico. I don't
Dr. Warren,
Yes.
did you have more to add on Avid?
I did not.
Okay.
Was
Doc-
there anything else you
Did
needed
have
me
it-
to
I
add?
noticed that at least the Cato Elementary Teacher of the Year went to Avid last year for the first time.
Correct.
Were there any others that, any
In-
of the other Avid participants that came back and were so impactful that they earned Teacher of the Year for their schools?
Actually, 2 of our teacher of the years
All?
have quit.
All
Yeah.
three
Crystal
of them.
Hill?
All of them. Like Shannon Hum was the first Teacher of the Year, and she's the Avid coordinator
Loves
now.
Avid. She thinks it's the best
Bakari
thing.
Williams was the second Teacher of the Year. He's now the Avid coordinator at Robinson Middle. The third year, Light, I don't know that Light has been, I'm looking back, but this year, the fourth year Teacher of the Year has also been to Avid. So 3 of the 4 Teachers of the Year have, I'm certain, I don't know about.
good.
And Dr. Warren, if people have questions about Avid, they can
Call me.
email you and call you
Call me.
or, and talk about this, how it all works, the mechanics of it. That's always available too, right?
Anytime.
Okay. Dr. McNulty? anything?
Oh, I think we're done.
Okay, so
I'm out of the box.
the next item on the agenda is consent agenda. I'll take a motion on the consent agenda.
Motion.
Ms. Ward has made a motion on the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Tate? Dr. Tate? Okay. The motion is for to approve the consent agenda. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. All right, we have a level 3, is it a grievance or a termination? We have a termination hearing, so let's get set up for a termination hearing.
We take 5?
Oh, yeah.
So we'll take a short recess. Okay, so we're back out of recess. We're starting a termination hearing. So we'll turn it over to Dr. Williams. We're coming back. We good? We up? Okay, so we're concluding our termination hearing. We're in the action phase here. We're making a decision. So we need a motion, which I will make. I move to accept the recommendation to terminate the 23-24 contract of Nick Witherspoon.
Second.
Okay, I've made the motion to accept the superintendent's recommendation to terminate the 23-24 contract of Nick Witherspoon. Ms. Potter has seconded. We'll put it to a vote. All in favor of approving the motion to accept the superintendent's recommendation, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. All right, so that's it. It's done.
I'm not gonna see you all for at least a month.
Well, there are such things as special meetings. But we have one more thing. It's not related to this, but we have to go back there again on something else. So pursuant to Arkansas law, I move we go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the employment of an employee or employees. I've made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion is second. All in favor of going into executive session, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. So that's Ms. Richards, that's 4-1 to go into, thank you.
Thank you.
That's 4-1 to go into executive session with Mr. Keller opposed.
I live on Club Road off 1